Alright, hello everyone. How is it going? Let's see. Audio is not getting picked up. That is an issue. Check my settings. There we go. I just had my settings way too low. There we go. Alright. Let us dive in. Alright. Difficulty. We're gonna core. Yep. That's right. I'll turn my webcam on a little bit. I finished work and I made a pizza. And I'm eating it. So I want to get through that. We're going to come back to the picture because I'm not entirely sure what race I'm going to be yet. So we'll wait, but we are going to be playing a Magus Arcane Rider. Which seems kind of interesting. I don't know if we'd end up getting a character like this. I'm sure there is one, but we'll have to wait and see. Human elf. Dachshund is good for our class. Dwarf. Gnome. Half elf. So it gets a +2 to ability score and +2 to a bonus ability. It's not bad. Half orc. Let us see. What do we got? ASMR. So they get resistance, they don't get any stat bonus. Tiefling. Okay, so it's based off of... So they don't have the best for what my class is. Let's see. Tiefling. So we're looking for Dex and Intelligence. Okay, for Grim Spawn. So it looks like a earth dude. Crystal, strength, charisma, con, wisdom, track wisdom. Okay. Dampier, not really. Feeling that just because it kind of can be rough. Healing, but they do have one. think I'm going to do a half orc. I think it's going to be a little interesting. Usually, I mean, normally I would go with either the half elf variety, but I think a half orc could be interesting. So ferocity and orc weapon familiarity. What's that? Okay, so that gives him an extra round. I do like getting an extra skill point, which I think I'm going to go for that. But first, let's get our orky boy. Not much of a choice, but we'll go with this guy. Alright. Alright, what skills do we have? Arcana, World, Use Magic Device, Athletics, and Persuasion. Let's see. Okay. Unless you want to go hardcore and not pick one. That's pretty good. Oh, not being an orphan religion. Ooh, trickery mobility. this street urchin acrobat. I think we're gonna go with that. Alright. Alright, that's fine. We can put this in the in intelligence. Actually, I want Dex. Come on. Alright, I think we'll go with that. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, we'll get some athletics. Alright, feet. Gonna go with that weapon finesse because we're dex based. Definitely good to start out with that. Gotta go with the black horse. Alright. Grease, definitely. Dragon grasps. Shield. True strike, Michael Candy. We'll get some burning hands. Oh, we still have another one. Alright, popping back on the webcam. Ooh. There we go. Now I'm back. King of Hell. Yeah, let's go with Calistria. That's gonna be interesting. We'll go with the probably chaotic good. Alright, appearance. I think let's see. With the first body type, it's got faces. Go with the first one. Standard scar on the face. Let's see some skin color. Let's go with the 2 with a nice. Let's go with a drab green. Gotta rock the beard. War paint, nah. Colors. Ooh, I like that blue. I mean, I gotta go with the orange. It's my signature.
I'm always ready. Let us be off.
Alright, brave. That looks nice already. It's gonna be the tar. Let's see. That'll work. Yeah, we'll go with that. That works for me.
This is my path.
Alrighty. Let's do this. And away we go.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
Alright.
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't he be carted off somewhere else, like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
Make room, everyone! Step back! Now, what's the matter? What happened to him? The wound looks nasty. Who did this to him?
Demons, Prelate. We found him barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
The walls, you say?
So coming to the
Enemy
game
doesn't
already
usually
messed up.
stray so close to the city.
Wow.
Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right. We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take his weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. He can get his things back after the festival. O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy. Heal his wounds. Hear, hear! That's the Crusader spirit. My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev.
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Be quick about it before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
Tatar, clearly.
That's the first I've heard of that name. Who are you, then? What's your business in the city?
My dear Prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor man. He has been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of him.
Well, thank you.
All right, as you wish. are our protector, and a dragon at that. So I shall defer to your wisdom, but be on your guard. I've been informed he was wounded near Canabris. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of this city.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
Thank you.
I accept your thanks. But my work is not yet done.
You really,
You
dragon?
don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
Who are you?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
What happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
Can I go?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return.
Great.
But do not be
Great.
discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Canabris. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
We'll do just that. Day in the city. Drink, dart, and hit a mannequin. Horse! It's like a stranger. You have a name. Saziel. Oh, I got horse level up. And chop! Haha, bullseye. I know. I'm awesome. I know. Alright, horse. Aggressor. Bully. Bulwark. Sturdy. Yeah, I want you to be a tacky horse. Because I am squishy. At 9 they get medium barding. Okay. I mean, horse, feet. I mean, I can get it now, but I'm gonna get it eventually. And I can take it, yeah. Yeah, let's give you toughness right off the bat. Sebastian, my horse. That's your birthday. So you were...
Let us be off.
Remember, you have a name.
Let's move.
What's this? Ah, it's the weapons for the people. Do you have a name? Even spies. Let's snag a drink. They did say to enjoy it. Nani?
Crusader gods, behold Ionade, you poor imposter. Your city will fall to me. Your followers will feed my hunger.
Oh, that's not good. Pretty shiny sword back. Oh, she just toasted that. Oh, that's the dragon lady. Dragon lady.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
Well, she is an actual dragon.
Let the feast begin.
Was an actual dragon. That's
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If fleeing's your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell.
stress card.
You must have got a good drubbing round the head, brother. Discari's a demon lord, the most fearsome enemy of all Crusaders and all living things, come to think of it.
What's the
Who
situation?
knows? Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. Place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks.
I've seen you somewhere.
Yeah, you have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for.
Can you let me walk?
Sure thing. Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even.
Oh, really?
Good luck! Try not to get eaten now!
That was not an ordinary
A
shot.
mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of
Got wings of
Locusts.
actual locusts. Interesting.
Behold, Ionade. Behold the death I saw.
Into
The silver dragon, Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
okay.
Adventure adventures await.
Boss! Tonight the very night. Alright, let's take a look. Alright, so spells. Let's get my cantrip down here. Days. Put it down here. Flare. Okay. Weapons. Let's put this down over here. Thought I had like grease and stuff. Did it not? So it takes the first two. Okay. I guess I'll leave it at that for now. Got those two. Nice. Cast spells. What is up? Okay, so I can do a attack.
Follow me.
Oh, holy mother of...
Small, messy crowd here. Winces in pain, uttering a string of curses through clenched teeth. She is pinned to the ground by a couple of weighty boulders.
Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion.
I know I have a horse.
Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something.
Horse.
Can you feel your legs?
I feel them all right. Wouldn't say no to a little less feeling in them. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
That's all that matters. Now, we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? Mm-hmm. You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
We'll go for the knowledge. Did I fail or succeed? Aha! I succeed! Yes.
Look at you! It's good to meet someone who uses brains first and brawn second.
Why, thank you.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Inevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Probably not.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomade. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendev and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now. I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabres has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomade's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabres will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
My name's Dato.
Good to meet you. Now, tell us all about yourself.
Whoa, girl. Slow down. Exchanging names is enough for now. We don't have time to be swapping life stories. We need to find a way out of here.
True.
Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
Of course, of course. Canobras.
To summarize, there are 3 of us with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware!
What is my horse chopped liver? Is it glue
Anevia,
already?
you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first.
We have 9 legs.
Well, onward!
I don't know what you're talking
May the good deities lead us back to the open sky soon.
about. Okay, got party. Alright, let's see.
help where I can.
Let's get you charged.
We should move.
I think I have the light spell. There we go. A chest. We're taking it off for now. Alright, so we got rapier. Whoop. Rapier? There we go. Cloak of Resistance. You can have that. I'll take this crossbow as a secondary backup. Damage is... definitely want the rapier. Can I learn this? Does this cost anything? Nope, just copies it right in. Okay. You have this, so you're using a longsword, which we got in a heavy shield. Alright. Onward! What is this? It's one of her scale. Alright. Alright, you take one. Boss.
Who's there?
Find a parallel of this young hatful woman is torn and stained with blood. Dusty in dirt. Excuse me. However, she holds herself with such dignity that you would be forgiven for thinking that you were at a high society party, and not in the dank catacombs under the city. Her fingers grip her rapier hilt with confidence, ready to draw at a moment's notice. At her feet lies a dead body, so mutilated that at the first glance it's hard to tell if it's animal or human.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend. We're looking for a way back to the surface.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Terendelev, I can't wrap my head around it.
What happened to this poor man? Who was
I
it?
don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
Not many could withstand a strike from a demon lord.
I
Not
can't
even
argue with
Terendelev.
that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Daskari himself has come to Canobras. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Terendelev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose.
Tell me about yourself.
Who am I? Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival. But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic.
You want to join us?
Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves?
We need to keep moving. There must be a way back to the surface somewhere.
That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
That is true. Alright, what do we got? A masterwork dagger. Okay. Right, so
Open your heart to me.
So you are... Alright, so what are you? A shaman spirit hunter. Interesting. And you are a paladin. Okay.
Well?
Alright, so we'll can you light horse? There we go. Let's get our formation. Start with this, but we'll horse here. We're on top of horse. And then we'll move you back center. Oh, centipedes! I think there's a pause option. Pause on combat start. Alright, so. Alright. Horse, go here.
The light take you!
Coins and some padded armor. I'll take it with probably not keep it. Here's another scale. Let's put it, I'll give it to myself for now.
Forward!
Bug. I made a mistake. I didn't have everyone selected. Well, that one exploded. Okay. Let's get some more centipedes. Can you charge?
I'll cut you wide open!
Do not waver!
attack end. Bracers of armor. Yeah, let's take a look. Alright. Inflict wounds. Can you do it? Okay, you can take that. Bracers of armor. These bracers can wear an armor bonus plus ones as though they were wearing armor. A bone amulet. So we are all wearing armor. Horse is covered in blood. Okay. Wait, you can wear... How? I guess they go around your hooves? I'm not gonna question it. Potion of Cure Light Wounds. Let's take one. Can horse use arm? Apparently. Can horse use it? Use horse. Alright. Horse can have stuff on him. And can apparently wear bracers and cloaks and some other things. I find a little interesting.
Into the fray!
Oh. Step. Cool. Bones. Alright. Where am I buzzing? Yeah. Alright, let's... Horse is almost down. Horse
I'll
is...
make my own legend.
You can trust me.
Matricium Turinos.
This is my path.
Drink that.
Save the last one for me.
Okay. Yeah.
Let us be off.
Oh, we got a person here.
No, I can't just walk away. It's got to be here somewhere.
You struggle to make out the man's features in the gloom. Soon as he steps in the circle, however, you realize that you have never encountered a creature like this before. The stranger looks like the work of a vivisectionist who attempted to stitch together a lizard and a man.
When do I?
The man notices you and freezes. The curling hair protruding from his head casts a malevolent shadow on the cave wall.
Lan, did you find it? Who is that?
This woman looks like as strange as her companion, like a cross between a cat and a spider. When she catches the sight of you, she immediately drops no fighting stance. Her movements reveal the lethal grace of a wild predator.
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait. They might know what's going on up there.
Demons?
If things are as bad as you say, then we all have to hurry.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield maze. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze...
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Canabres. People are dying up there. Please, show us the way out.
Who are you, tieflings?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusades' finest.
Sadly, underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
Never heard of an underground crusader before.
In Canabres, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
Alright.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are, and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines.
What is this place?
This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
Okay.
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
What are you doing
That's
here?
none of your
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock.
What's up?
The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold. Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Saul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the underground Crusaders to take up arms. If we get the Holy Sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
Maze? Does it really lead to the surface?
Yes. There are other ways up, but they are far from here. And after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the underground Crusaders, that the time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze, and even I don't know if it's true. But the further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wendwog too much.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
A sword of holy flame? How did it wind up down here?
It came here with its owner. A long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us. That might be our best shot in this chaos.
Lan, watch your tongue.
We'll find the sword fast if we work together. I'll help you.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be easy enough to spot. It looks, swordy. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface? So be it.
Anything we can pass an object? Perception check? Okay, so perception stuff.
This one was beyond me.
Scum in the saves. You got this.
I am helpful. Am I not?
Statue of an unknown knight. The technique was crude, but the figure was clearly crafted with genuine feeling, judging by the style of the armor the knight was from the first class.
I heed the voice of the spirits. Now what is that?
What's in the pile? A copper ring.
Let us be off.
The room looks like an improvised museum or perhaps some kind of temple.
What's that?
Rubble. Some grinding stones. Okay, so we got some rubble.
Check that out.
Some gems.
What's that?
Some more loot.
I found, something.
I think we found the sword. Day 15, month Erodus, year 4715. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and Tatar feels drops of searing blood rush down his chest. The wound healed by Terendelev reopens and weeps scarlet, but there is no pain or weakness. A hazy scene appears, a cave chamber. This one or another one entirely. Tatar's heartbeat quickens and the stream of thought suddenly bursts into his mind. thoughts that clearly belonged to another. Treachery. They betrayed me, trapped me, and stabbed me in the back. My trusted allies, my treasured friends, the people I swore to protect, the people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. There they are up ahead in the gloom of the cave. What are they waiting for? Are they afraid to draw any closer? Do they believe I'm about to die from the traitorous blows? Next to me, a quiet moon. A girl with a golden braid lies on the rocks, clutching her slashed side. She refused to join with the traitors and paid for it. I could have tried to run, but I will not. Whilst I still have the strength, I must. While recognizing the foreign origin of these thoughts, Tatar's intuits that he can control them somehow. Let's try to heal the wounded girl. A spark of healing magic illuminates the eerie, murky scene before Tatar. The wounded girl opens her eyes and whispers, Lariel, you said that everything was going to change soon. You said you and the other warriors of heaven would be leaving us on a grand mission to stop the demons forever. Is that true? The frenzy of foreign thoughts comes faster and faster, like a rushing river, and images flash by one after another. A priestess in colorful robes observing the stars. A young female paladin praying, clutching her glowing sword. A majestic golden-winged angel gazing into the distance, his face covered by a helmet, but his voice rang clearly. Only if you're willing, and only if you're ready. There is no going back. Then don't waste your strength healing me, the girl whispers. Your mission is more important. You take care. It is near. There is a vision in the darkness from the caves. There in the vision, the darkness in the cave stirs into motion. Something massive appears from within its depths, a vague shadow, an outline, a nightmare come to life. The wave of odious chirping and rustling emanates from the shadows. The sound pierces like hot irons lancing through both flesh and bone. The traitors fall to their knees before the shadow in reverent ecstasy, and the wounded girl thrashes in her death throes. The yawning chest wound burns white hot. Tatar's head pounds with pain, and he is no longer clear whose pain it is. The person called Lariel who sent this vision, or the one unlucky enough to receive it. But I knows how to resist malign influential scissors, no matter its origin. The force of the attack, though originating in the vision, is terrifying, but Tatar is stronger. He shakes off the pain and torpor, but alas, the one who sent the vision cannot claim the same. He is broken and exhausted. The monster's shadow emerges from the murk of the cave. It is not real. It only exists in the stranger's vision or memory, but the thrill of fear it provokes is more than real. The shadow's features starkly resemble those of Deskari, the terrifying demon lord. In a movement as swift as the thought itself, the monster's hand is wrapped around the throat of the one they call Lariel, the foolish angel struggling on the rocks like a fly with its wings torn off. Intones the shadow. The voice changes as it moves, shifting from a quiet whispering to a sonorous shout, becoming young, then old, and wavering. Quavering? Where is your goddess, angel? Where is her self-assured herald? How is it you are dying here alone, so far from the light of your heaven? A strange calm envelops the thought of the one called Lariel. He recognizes who stands before him, and he knows he will never bow down before this enemy. The flaming sword sparks to life in his hand, bright, pure, flickering with multicolored sparks like a sunbeam through stained glass. Slash! The blade slices through the demonic creature's flesh, and the monster recoils with a howl, releasing his grip from Lariel's throat. The angel falls back heavily onto the rocks. His vitality is ebbing, but his pride remains undiminished. He grips the sword, and with his last burst of strength, plunges it into the rock. Tatar senses the vision is fading, the rush of thoughts diminishing like a river running dry. The last thing he hears is this. You will kill me, monster, this I know, but one day someone will come here and raise up my sword. They will raise it up and save and protect the innocent. The vision disappears, vanishing in a burst of color. Tatar does not hear the final words, but he seems to complete the thought, taking it to heart. The words fly from his lips, and with them something else. The heat blazing in Tatar's chest fades away. The edges of the scarlet wound close, leaving not even a scar behind. Looking down, Tatar sees the flaming sword in his hand, or rather, its outline. The memory of what the sword looked like. With a final surge of warm and soothing light, the sword vanishes, and the light is drawn into his hand. Tatar senses that it will return. All he needs to do is call it.
Are you alright?
You were kinda glowing just now.
Selena kneels before the light, offering up a prayer to Imede. I forget how it's...
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
You saw too. The traders, the dying girl. I think I saw the memories of Lariel, the angel who died here.
Lariel? That really was Lariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
Now, Wentwog, don't be a sore loser. He is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before him, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff, because he doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that. I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sol, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the Abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
You saw too the traders, the dying girl.
It's only us here. Your group, you, me, Wendu, and the light of heaven that sort of got, sucked into you. Any chance you can whip it out again? We do kinda need it. Sorry, I crack jokes when I get nervous, and when I'm upset, and when I'm happy. Anyway, what I said, it came out wrong. We need to bring you to Chief Sol. You can show everyone the light of heaven, we'll rally the tribe and go into the maze, and we'll get back our kin.
And what if he can't make it happen a second time? What then? The tribe will just say we're crazy and turn its back on us.
Cries angel mythic path. Reveal the light of heaven. It seems I can control it.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing. Heaven has truly blessed you.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Sol needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right? Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras.
Lead us to your chief and I'll decide if I'm gonna help.
Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really.
What do we have here?
I am finished.
Yeah, we succeeded. Alright, let's adjust our layout. Because you want to be here, you want to be here, be here. Wait, no, that's awkward. You be here. I'll be there. You can take up here, and you can take up there.
Let's move.
I crave your commands.
Put my shot there.
I'm all ears.
I don't think you're gonna charge.
one for me.
Ah, sweet up here out of nowhere. Oh, they're dead. There's some loot here. Collect it all. So we get some rubble there. Okay, this is probably a dead end, so we'll check it.
It is done. You've crossed the wrong victorious.
Horse, no! I fell off horse.
I'll watch your back.
Always be ready.
I am yours to command.
Alright, well, we'll not be riding horse. What is this? Oh!
What's on
Just
your
what we
mind?
needed.
I wonder.
Can you do? Get a horse.
Adventures await.
Horse
Open
needs
your
more
heart
healing.
to me.
That's good.
Follow me.
Horse. Let's get back.
I stand ready.
My light was on. Reach up.
Quicken. Wide open.
March on.
Yes, I know how attacking works.
What's that there?
We cannot be defeated.
Ow, they punched me. Exploded. We'll take it all. I don't know what all turret combos look like. I got plenty. Into
Onwards.
because we have horse. Horse. Get a little dark. Let me plug in my light. There we go. And accidentally turned off my other monitor. I'll get blinded as I turn it down. I can't see how I look. I think that should be okay. Let's see. Monitor's turning back on. Yep, that's better. Wendaweg glances at Lan, who is fixing his slipped bowstring, and quickly walks over to you. Her cat-like eyes glow from beneath her hood. Listen here, you. I don't know who you are or where you come from, but you and I are the only two people who see things clearly. That's why I'm asking you. Don't show the light of heaven to Saul. Lan shared the light should be shown to the mongrels. Lan. Wendaweg grimaces and a guttural husky snarl unfurls in her throat. He wants to play the hero. His first idea, if you don't remember, was to grab the sword and run headlong into the maze. Does that sound like a plan to you? To me, it sounds like suicide. The worst part is that the tribe might actually take his words to heart and follow where he leads. I thought you considered the mongrels to be great warriors. The descendants of great warriors. I believe that my people are worthy of greatness, that we are strong and can do many things. That's why we were chased down here. We scared people. But it's one thing to go hunting in the caves and another to fight in the shield maze. Wendaweg leans closer, her pupils dilating. I've been there. I've spent my whole life training so I can make it through all the way to the end. There were more of us trackers at the start. We were young and stupid. What's a couple of monsters when there's a whole world out there waiting for us? That's what we thought, but we weren't prepared. The maze isn't just a physical challenge. It's cunning and full of traps. It's dark as the primordial night. And if you close your eyes and listen, you hear the whispers right behind you, a soft singing in the distance that seems to rise and fall with the beating of your heart. Wendaweg looks away. I had to learn from my friends' mistakes. I had to step over their bodies and go further. I don't want to have to do that again. And it will happen again if a crowd of ill-prepared fighters burst into the maze with no idea where they're going, all because Lan believes that a glowing sword will solve all of our problems. Don't you want to save the kids lost in the maze? I do want to, but I'm not going to risk the future of the tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Chief Soul is hesitant, and for good reason. He also understands how dangerous this is for the tribe. Lan's the only one who benefits from these childish games of heroism. I'll go alone if I have to and find them, or whatever's left of them, without any heroics, relying only on myself, risking only my own life. When do I close? You and your friends can come with me. Perhaps we can make it to the end of the maze together and find a way out up to the surface. I'll think about it. Wendwick nods. Don't show the chief the light, and I'll lead you through the maze to the surface. I swear it. Leave application. Oh, I missed some loot, but it should. Alright, it did not. The maze
Let us be off.
Your first impression of the mongrel village of a squalid dump with the odors to match. Unblinking, glowing eyes watch you from the gloom, and deformed shadows slope between the huts. You see some mongrels gutting white eyeless fish while others are repairing fishing nets. All the signs of normal village life, but tense expectation hangs in the air. A heavy-set and aged mongrel slowly shuffles his way toward you. The hair on his head grows in limp, wispy strands, and his face has distinctly rat-like appearance with a protruding teeth, and you hear a rattling sound in his chest with every breath he takes. One of his eyes is fully white, fully scarred by cataracts, while the other gleams with moisture. Uplanders, eh? End times are upon us, indeed. Chief Soul, we found the angel sword, and we found the one who can wield it. Lan points to you. He had a vision, and now the angel sword, together with the light of heaven, are somehow inside him. Gather the tribe, anyone who can hold a weapon. The young ones are still alive. We can go save them. Chief Soul raises his hand with ragged, broken fingernails. Ah, Lan, always streaming, always talking. You're too hasty for your own good. It's going to get you in trouble. Soul eyes you up and down. An uplander with the light of heaven. That's too good for us. Our kind don't have good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I'm the chief. I don't work on faith. Show the light. Is there someone else from the surface here? There he is, hale and hardy, and prime as a peacock just like me, so last but quickly returns to business. It's not good. Too many uplanders. Not good. Not right. What are you up to? You're not one of us. We're not your kind. When the time comes, we'll come to you, not you to us. What to do? What to do? We're gonna show it. So it's basically, we show it, we get everyone on board, or we don't show it, and they just live down here. She's looking. I think we're gonna show it. If anything, it might give us more fighters on the surface. Land speaks the truth. The heavenly flame comes to life as your unspoken command, bright, pure, dancing with multicolored sparks. Like a sunbeam passing through stained glass, the mongrels abandon their tasks and stare transfixed. The light is bright but not blinding, it is warm, but its warmth is soul deep. Soul is silent for a while. Tears are streaming down his wide, pale face, but the old man doesn't even care to wipe them. So it's true, the angel did not forsake us, no, he came. Back from the dead, he came to save our children. Land gives you a nod of thanks, the scaled half on his face is indifferent, but the human half is visibly relieved, as if he wasn't sure all this time that you would support him. Wende hisses at you like an angry cat. See these fishermen and these hunters, the husks of men and women, their blood will be on your hands. I'm not responsible for others' decisions. And why are they making these decisions? Because of you. You've sealed their fate. You're a murderer. You always think the worst, Wendu. We're not on our own in this anymore. We've got allies. Well, a couple at least. But one good fighter is worth 10 bad ones. You have the right of it, Lan. But we're neithers. We're going to wait. I send a message to summon all of the tribes. It will take time, yes, but they will all come. They will all come for the light. Wait, Lan. Wait, Uplandish. Rest a while in one of our huts. Our home is your home. Alright, Chief. Understood. Let's hope that a few hours isn't the difference between life and death for these kids. If you ask me what took us so long, I'll tell them it was your decision. Wendig only grits her teeth in silence. Level up! Alright, we'll do let's do a hard save. Alright, leveling up, Arcane Rider level 2. Alright, so let's get all of these up. Let's get our knowledge up. And some persuasion. It can't hurt. Yeah, just in case. New spells. Okay, so we get 2 new spells, so we'll just take... enlarge and reduce. Complete. And Paladin. 3 skills. Alright, we will get your nature, lore, and persuasion. Shaman's Spirit Hunter. Trickery. And let's get your mobility. Oh, I'm getting some lore. Lore. It's like slumber. That is really good.
Well?
Shot. Like longbow's better. You're just a fighter. I'm not sure what she's using. What does she have already? Okay, so she's right. Deadly aim.
You need me. Good.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
You can trust me.
Together we stand.
Horse!
Let's move. Follow me.
Finally, someone from the surface. I was beginning to lose hope. An elderly man has expensive but not ostentatious clothing approaches you. His face is peppered with several healed cuts and bruises and twisted into an expression of extreme discontent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Horgus Worm. Yes, that worm. You have no doubt heard of me if you spent any time at all in the city. I have a business proposition for you. What kind of business proposition? I don't know what is happening on the surface right now, but I'm determined to find out. I have no intention of seeing out the rest of your days in this village. I suspect we must find a route back to the surface, to the city, if there's anything left. You look like someone who can swing a blade as well as cast a spell. I'm very gratified to see. A good generalist will be a fine companion on the way to the surface. You are strong, and it will be no trouble to you, but I, alas, am not fit as I once was. I cannot go crawling through the cave playing at scouts. My proposition will lead me back to the city, and I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins. 2,000. Are you taking advantage of my circumstances? Very well, make it 2,000. Deal. Spending has nothing about you. You are you truly are freshly arrived in the city. Then, you couldn't have picked a worse time. That's for certain. Only just to arrive, and the city has been razed to rubble. You should know that you are looking at one of the richest and most distinguished men in Canabris. I may not be well known as certain swaggering loudmouths who spend their life trapezing from one ball to the next, but the Worm Trading Company is one of the pillars of the city. I'll have you know. Did you see the marquees in the square? I paid for those. Tried any festival delicacies? You have Horgus Worm to thank for that. How'd you end up here? For a moment, Horgus has his focus on Camilla before his gaze returns to you. Like everyone else, down I went when that accursed beetle cleaved the ground in twain beneath our feet. I'm lucky I didn't break my neck in the fall, and I'm doubly lucky that I didn't encounter any subterranean cockroaches on my blind wanderings and instead came across hunters from this settlement. Although I must say when I first looked at their physiognomies, my life flashed before my very eyes, but they turned out to be decent chaps, frightening to look at, but able to keep a bargain. You don't speak kindly to the mongrels even though they saved your life. Kind words are for people with hours to fritter away on pleasantries. Horgus Worm speaks his mind and pays for his services renders not with kind words but with hard coin. I gave the mongrels my dagger in exchange for their help. Its handle is worth more than their whole village. We have to go. Go on, don't forget our agreement. When you find a way out, be sure to tell me. Alright. So we are fatigued. Mongrels.
March on.
Loots. Loots. Loot over here. Mutated fish. This strategy might not have you spent less time surveilling honest citizens and more time tracking real spies and demon worshippers. Brilliant idea. How come I didn't think of it? Now, if only the coaches would tell us they were cultists, they would have waste time investigating honest citizens who decided to go all cloak and dagger right under our noses. Horgus and Aneva system disapart, sniping at one another in idle fashion testifies to their long acquaintance and mutual dislike. When they notice you, they quickly fall silent. What's the bad blood between you about? It's an old matter. Miss Tierbade here had the notion of spying on me, then rummaging through my goods. I ask you, do I look like a cultist? Humph. Cultists tend not to look like cultists, you know. That's kind of the whole problem. And you, Mr. Worm, built a whole secret operation of buying and smuggling into the city. What was it? Oh yeah, magical weapons. How am I supposed to know that all the rigmarole with middlemen was so you could anonymously donate supplies to the crusade? Don't you see I have a reputation to uphold, one that I value most highly? Horgus Worm is a hard-nosed businessman, not a good fairy from a tale. Yes, I care about my city. Yes, I wish to see that it was my defenders, were well-fed, healthy, and well-armed. But to make those donations openly was unthinkable. I might as well hang a sign outside my door welcoming every sponger, leech, and parasite in the city. I appreciate your help for the crusade. No jokes, you're an alright bloke, but carrying on a secret dealing in a city that's teeming with cultists is a huge pain in the backside for us lot whose job it is to keep an eye on that sort of thing. Anevia, how's the leg? The girl scrunches her nose. Well, it hasn't fallen off yet, so that's good. They've bandaged me up all nice and smeared some stinky stuff on the wound, so it looks like I'm gonna live. They said wait a day and it'll be right as raisin, so I'm waiting. What do you think happening in the city right now? Perhaps the city is no more. If Discari himself appeared, there's no telling how bad things are. Can you hold off writing our obituaries just yet? The city's full of fighters, and besides that, it's barely a stone's throw from Narison. I think our people will hold off long enough for reinforcements to come from the Queen. This ain't Dakari's home turf. He's gonna have to retreat or else fight off the whole Mendevian army. What do you think of the Mongols? I thought they were just a story, the sort of thing drunks in the taverns come out with. Now I discover it's true. What can I possibly think of them? Their poor creatures are most unfortunate with their faces and their minds so deformed. It's a miracle they're even alive. The part that boggles my mind is that they're descendants of the first Crusades. All these years they've been living beneath our feet in caves in the dirt. If I had known the legends about them were true, I'd have dedicated my life to helping them out of this place. To what end? The people of Chronobis would have stoned them on sight, and Prelate Hurloon would have had them tossed on a pyre en masse. Whatever the ills of this place, it is their home. How long do you think they would have survived on the surface? What are you going to do when you go back to the surface? I'm going to go home. Last I know, I own a very fine mansion. I shall see if it's still standing, or if I'm now homeless. I'm going to find Irabeth. She's my wife and leader of the Eagle Watch. As long as she lives, she won't allow Canabras to fall. We have to get going. Go on then, and don't dilly dally. The sooner we're out of here, the likelier we have to find some people still alive up there. Take care of yourself.
Onwards.
Ooh, we got a vendor. Let's just take a look and longsword, dagger, masterwork greatsword, masterwork light crossbow. Your longbows. the surface, you must be tough to make it all the way here. Never thought I'd see the day. Call me Dyra. Let's trade. Who are you? People around here call me all sorts. Dyra the Hoarder, Dyra the Coin, Dyra the City Girl. Like that's a bad thing, haha. I trawl the case picking up all kinds of things from the surface that wash down here through your sewer. I get all kinds of junk for food and clothes, but I only part with my best for coin. Got no coins? Forget what money is? Well, then I have no use for you. If you want city goods, you need to pay with them with gold, like city folk. Let's trade. Alright, you can have this and this. What's this? You can have that. Don't want this. You can have that. You can have this. That. This, that. Oh, that's nice that I can just click that and all of that other stuff can go. So it's just other. Cool. Alright, so... give me all your potions. Let's get to it. Deal. Okay. You get to... You get 3. You're okay. You can have 1. Of course you need some. Boss! Let's do this. That. Let's take a look at the spell book, because I do have an extra spell. Grease Lightning! So we got Cure. Let us get a Bless out there. You have nothing in horses.
Let us be off!
We will rest. After we finish looting. Okay. Alright, so that'll take away out of 10. So we're gonna go take a rest. Yeah, gonna go take a rest. The messenger returned. The tribes are gathering at the entrance to the maze. Our people have already gone there and warned Anivia and the old guy who won't even acknowledge me. Take your time, there's no rush. The most important thing, people always show up lately and looks around. Everything's going to plan, but one thing bothers me. Wendwag's gone. All the tribe, so a whole army is marching on the maze then? By mongrel standards, yes, but don't be too disappointed. When you see the reality, there aren't many of us who can hold a weapon and fewer who can still do any damage with one. What do you think happened to Wendwag? I don't know, she was always stubborn. Maybe she decided she could do it all on her own. I hope she comes back. We'll struggle without her, and she'll struggle without us, no matter how hard she'll try to deny it. What about Anivia and Horgus? Are we just going to leave them here? Once we've cleared the maze, the way ahead will be safe. Anivia's in no state to fight, and that Horgus guy, he doesn't like he'll shift an inch unless we roll the red carpet all the way to the exit. Still, are you sure that the maze is the only way up to the surface? There was another passage, the one I used when we left and then came back. The chief back then, he found it and filled it in to stop anyone from going against the ancestors' wishes. And when the ancestors wanted was for everyone to go through the maze. I'm not sure of anything right now, but we don't have a choice. We can only go forward. Let's go. We've got no time to lose. Let's go. But before we do, thank you. I was so happy. I forgot to thank you before, but we've done something no one else has done. No one else has in a long time. You've given the mongrels hope. It's like we're starting to believe that we're worth something now that we have the power of the angels on our side. Lan's face grows sullen. It won't change anything, of course, but at least you'll help us save the young ones, hopefully. Let's go through the main gate. The straight road is the shortest. There's some nootsky doodlies down here.
I'll make my own legend.
Alright, let's run up here. Alright, and I will be right back. I gotta clean up some stuff in the kitchen for my dinner, but don't worry, just a couple minutes. And we are back. Caves at the Shield Maze. Yep.
We should move.
So what do we look like now? Horse.
Let's move. You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Oh, horse.
Follow me.
Alright, so we got a bunch of mongrels here. The Tribish are gathering Shun. Shun, we will attack. How long can we wait? The other Tribish haven't turned up yet. We're going to have to wait for them just another while longer. Knowing so, the preparations will take the best part of a day. Let's go take a look in the maze ourselves and see what's what. Alright, horse. See what's back here. A fly!
Do not waver!
Being of flies. What did I get? Demon Plague. Cure 3 consecutive saves. Frequency once a day of con damage.
Rely on me.
What is it? Solar Religion? Oh, she got it! Yeah! Alright.
March on.
Nice. Alright, horse, we're squeezing through. Let's do a save.
Onwards.
This was simple enough.
The Bas Relief of Baphomet, Demon, Lord of Minotaurs, and Lord of Labyrinths. Okay.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Oh. This could be
Get another obstacle.
Nope, we got wizard. Ooh, wizard.
I will help where I can.
The spirits demand your blood!
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
you appreciate this.
This. Actually, no, just take it. We got plenty of potions.
Check that out. I tire of waiting.
Disarm the trap.
I am helpful, am I not?
Elemental essence. Check this door. Looks like a library. Scrolls. A book. Oh.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Let's do save.
Call me again if you need to.
Okay, so books on demons.
Let us be off.
Oh, we failed perception.
Now, what is that?
Old map.
Let's move.
Alright.
Open your heart to me.
Now we have a horse. Save before going in.
Check that out.
Over there. Let's just check out this room.
Let me draw the first blood.
Lan says that mongrel saw in his eyes. Hovlan. His name was Hovlan. Did you know him? Yes, he's not from our tribe. We're both hunters, so we'd cross paths from time to time in the cave passages. We shared news and leave supplies for each other. Then he just disappeared, Lan frowned. He used to talk about when to try his luck at the maze. I thought he was long dead, if only he had been. Why would mongrels attack us? Aren't we on the same side? Something's wrong with them. Their bodies, it's like something's eating them from the inside out. Sure, maybe these guys just ate something weird or having an off day, but I don't think something drove them out of their minds. Or someone. Seems like the shieldmate of yours is crawling with cultists. How did they get here? I have no idea. This is my first time here, too. Maybe they fell down here the same way you did? Lan shrugs awkwardly and looks away. When do I comes here all the time? I'd ask her about it if she were here. Come to think of it, where is she? Let's go. This place might be even more dangerous than we thought. And there I was hoping we'd be the meanest things in here. Lan's laughter sounds strange. Those mongrels and cultists. Now that I did not expect. I need to find out what's going on here.
I am helpful, am I not? Death is life's final surprise, and I enjoy surprising people.
Did we step on their toes as well?
Can it be?
Well, what's on your mind?
This is my
I
path.
wonder.
Crappy heal again. A lot of inflict light wounds. If only I was dead.
Follow me.
Take you! This will leave a bruise.
Matricium Turinus.
What's that?
Can't hide from me.
We will win this war.
I hope you appreciate this.
Why was it locked?
March on. Adventures await.
No reason to pause. Into the fray!
You can trust me. You are today's sacrifice!
Meditate on your mistakes. Might make you feel better. You won't survive me.
We will be victorious.
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me. I'll just sit here. Don't worry.
Now you hit them.
Open your heart to me.
A bright future awaits us.
I'll watch your back. I heed the voice of the spirits.
Ritual.
Check that out. Onwards.
Together, we stand.
What's on your mind? I wonder. Save the last one for me.
I stand ready.
We're in the summoning site. We summon a demon in the end.
Let us be off. Let's move.
You can trust me.
Okay, so we need a key. Let's just keep exploring around. Alright.
March on.
Guess let's keep going a little backwards and look for
Onwards.
a way we did not go. Like there. Just pick of the luck.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yet another obstacle.
We won't falter.
Go for their hearts! I'll cut you wide open!
Get first page. Life is shit. Well, my brother and what kind of brothers are they? Had a great time up on the surface. I'm stuck in here with Alyssa, the nightmare Mongol scum. The top of the lava pipe sprung like an elemental smashing the kitchen, and Alyssa is sending it to slaughter everyone it meets, and the meat is passed away. All I can do is hide around the corners and beds and cupboard. This isn't how I picture serving Baphomet. This is how I pictured it at all.
Open your heart to me. Keeping that one with
Let us be off.
Save.
Well, I am helpful, am I not?
100%.
I hope you appreciate this.
Just basic masterwork I will take.
Let's move. Uh-huh.
The spirits demand your blood.
Wow, we just messed them up. Like hardcore.
Follow me.
Why am I stuck.
I'll make my own legend. March on.
Weird.
Onwards.
Feeling seriously damaged by the earthquake.
The inherent, guide my blade!
Strike with all your might.
Strength.
Pain is excruciating.
Alright, drink. Drink some more. Drink some more. There we go.
We should move. This is my path.
Back a little weird. Mongrel Brute and Ranger.
We can do it!
They will break against our resolve.
Oh no, horse!
So this is how it feels.
Ow, this guy is rough.
Endure this! Make every strike count. I'm wounded! I tire of waiting. I stand ready.
Let's use one. Horse. This stuff. A ring of protection. Another potion of bar skin. Horse get a ring? Horse cannot get rings. But horse can take her cloak. Is this... oh, this is resistance? Yeah. Blade Pathfinder. Let's see.
Can't hide from me.
Pick of the lock.
I am helpful, am I not?
Very good.
Let us be off. Forward! We cannot be defeated. Can it be the end?
Ow. They hurt. Angry horse. My horse is angry.
Adventures await.
Let's drink one more. That was a crappy one. Alright.
I'll make my own legend.
Back up on the horse. Scylla's orders. Don't bother me unless you're necessary. Keep the door to the shrine locked with the key I made. I don't care which one of you two holds it. You can tear each other over your shreds over. I don't care. Think of it. Keep the door the unfinished with me locked at all times.
What's that?
Another glaive. Some breastplate.
Rely on me. The light. Take you. No glory without risk. Do not fear. Do not waver.
You are today's sacrifice.
You've crossed the wrong mark. You won't survive me.
Can it be the end?
Ow, I got no horse.
Am I at my limit? So this is how it feels.
I'm all right. I'm done with you.
This is my path.
I am helpful, am I not? What do we have here?
Crypt Raider's armor. Rapier, battle axe, masterwork. Yoink. Take all that.
I
I hope you appreciate this.
We should move. I tire of waiting. Hmm?
Now what is that?
Into the fray!
So this is how it feels.
Can it be?
This is how it feels.
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Oh, that's like triple, like, dead. The deadest of deads. We'll come back here.
This is my path.
It's like it's hilarious. I'm just riding a horse through here. Don't mind me. Just riding my horse. Nothing to see here.
What's on your mind? I wonder. I hope you appreciate this.
Rely on me.
Open your heart to me.
Are we in trouble yet?
Save the last one for me.
Rest of it? Just regular javelin, regular mace, leather. Flail, other dude. Just a light mace.
Let's move.
Here. Let's see what's in here. Healing.
I'm all ears.
See what's blissful.
Can it be the end?
Oh, and mine is next.
The world in crimson! So this is how it feels.
Am I gonna get... Oh, I'm down.
I am helpful, am I not?
I tire of waiting. Follow me.
You've crossed the wrong
Be
line.
quickens. Your pain is my pleasure.
Just sit here. Don't worry about me.
So this is how it feels.
Oh, they're dead, 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 dead. Yeah, that did go well. Kind of well. I might have to run back out. Might not be a bad idea. So. not doing anything. It's 2 days. Today there's a strange smell in the air today. It stirs the senses. Spirits tell me someone will die. How sad. Impact of corruption weakened. Failed to camouflage. No incident. But I'm not healed.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Magnetium Turinos. Magnetium Turinos.
Adventures await.
We have our spells back.
Open your heart to me.
I tire of waiting. This is my path.
They will break against our resolve.
I'll cut you wide open.
What's that?
The world in crimson.
Can it be the end?
Closet longbow. Masterwork scimitar. Masterwork scimitar. Closet longbow. Masterwork scimitar. Masterwork scimitar. Composite longbow. Which I think, Lon, you want this composite longbow. Yeah.
I hope you appreciate this.
Okay, so that's some half plate. Can she? cold iron rapier. Okay. Nothing's really going to change here. You have a cold iron as well.
I stand ready. Follow me. Forward!
Save the last one for me.
This'll leave a bruise.
Can it be the end?
So this is how it feels.
I'll make my own magic.
Rely on me.
March on.
Do a reload. I don't want a dead yet.
Let us be off.
A bright future awaits us.
Yet another obstacle.
So this is how it feels.
Not dead yet. That's okay. why your master Savlama can make you better, stronger. I can satisfy your hunger. So the dark submit to me. No, your descendants of Crusaders trusting a demon would be a betrayal of their memory. Well, who's the next descendant of Crusaders who values old legends more than their life? Beasts, monsters, and human guise, revel your true nature. This is the sweet, wholesome flesh of righteous ASMR. Eat underground Crusaders, eat the flesh of the Crusader from above, find your true strength. Rush at the demon, but the air seems to grow thicker with every step. You feel that you're watching from underwater as you see the mongrels fall to their knees one after another, crawl to the ASMR's body. You hear their fangs tearing through the flesh. You hear the sloshing of blood. You hear the form of mongrels snarl like animals, fighting over the most tender and juicy bits of meat. Your companions writhe in agony. One clutches at their head, another doubles over. You feel saliva pool in your mouth. The metallic tang awakens hunger in you. The hunger turns to rage. This winged filth dares to try to bind you to its will. It dares to tempt you with the sweet scent of meat untainted by corruption. The wretch must die. And still the clarity remains you. Somewhere deep down beneath the veil of rage and anger, you sense the light trying to break through. Seize the light. By sheer force of will, you master your rage, and almost in response, warmth suffuses you from within. Warmth and joy from the simple realization you can win. You can save these people. The power of the heaven bolsters and guides you. Its light breaks free, and enveloping the mongrels grants them the gift of blissful oblivion. Lowering your gaze, you see a scarlet stain on your chest. The wound has reopened, and instead of blood pouring forth, you see only radiant light. Demon convulses in pain when the light reaches him. What are you? Destroy this vermin. He's already wounded. When do I kill? When do I silently emerge from the shadows? I'm no longer your same Hasilla, but I will gladly kill anyone who posts their nose where it doesn't belong.
Did we find trouble?
In your blood.
They did.
Into the fray!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The world in crimson.
That was a lot easier than expected. Oh, mighty Sonic, your faithful servant invokes you now. Demons protect your mistress.
Tear your throat out!
You won't survive me.
So this is how it feels.
This is not my time. This was unexpected.
make a fine trophy.
Forwards!
Into the fray!
For you.
Don't worry about me.
Why am I so weak?
So this is how it feels.
Alright, let's slap a rest.
I'll watch your back.
Magnesium Turinos.
Adventures await. Let us be off.
Well,
Magnesium Turinos.
Aperane sentes.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
They will break against our resolve.
Forwards!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
We will be victorious.
So Light of the Ages.
So this is how it feels.
Get one shot. Cool. Save. She's dead.
This was unexpected. This was
unexpected.
down, down.
This was unexpected.
Yeah. Let's try it without riding horse.
Let us be off.
I forgot to give myself this. I made a mistake. Wah, wah. She comes in.
I'll bathe in your blood.
Horse. Go get her.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Forwards! We won't falter!
This'll leave a bruise.
And I'm dead.
Well,
Magnesium Turinos. Apparane Sente.
We should move.
Mount.
Let us be off.
Alright, here we go. Here we go. Just trying to win. Yum, 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 yum.
Yet another obstacle.
Forwards!
Horse, you're in charge.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Do this.
I'll cut you wide open.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel. Did you see that?
Can it be the end?
Well, I'm not dead.
So this is how it feels.
There's the fear.
You won't survive me.
She's dead. phase change.
Save the last one for
Oh,
me.
we pop back up.
Endure this!
Dead me. Let's go. Is this water? Let's go fight this guy first. It's a doozy.
It'll be tough getting a helmet to fit you, but we can't leave your head unprotected.
Just as long as it doesn't have a visor. Or how else am I meant to scare the enemy?
Failed to weaken corruption.
You can trust me.
Matricium Turinos.
We should move.
A bright future awaits
Open your
us.
heart to me.
Always be ready for the worst.
I'll make my own legend.
No reason to pause.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Meditate on your mistakes. It might make you feel better.
I tire of waiting.
Rely on me.
Is it flawed?
It's literally just like, bah, I'm dead.
Let us be off.
Are we in trouble yet?
I heed the voice of the spirits.
I will help where I can.
This is my path.
Wash up.
I'll cut you wide open! Save the last one for me.
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me. Just sit here. Don't worry about me. This will leave a bruise.
Let's move.
No, what is that?
Natural armor.
I stand ready.
What's on your mind?
Matricium Turinos. Matricium Turinos.
Rely on me.
There is no greater satisfaction than overcoming a challenge. That is, of course, until one day the challenge overcomes you. Follow me.
Alright.
We should move.
Shield.
I'll watch your back.
Less. Use that. Use that.
I tire of
We will win this
Open
war.
your heart to me.
always be ready for the worst. March on.
Alright. Killed giant elemental. Now I just need to get through this. Alright, let's do this. Come on. Dips.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Let's do this.
Onward!
You're charging her. Charging her. Activating this.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Alright. Whew.
They will break against our resolve.
We won't falter!
Closet.
The spirits demand your blood.
Sleep that one.
The light, take you!
You won't survive me.
So this is how it feels?
Ugh, are you kidding me?
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about
was unexpected.
Oh, you're just going around just killing everyone? Bitch. He's getting dex.
Can it be the end?
I kick her butt in the first half, and then once these Quasar comes in, it just completely messes everything up.
I heed the voice of the spirit.
Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos.
Adventures await.
Well?
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
There is no greater satisfaction than overcoming a challenge. That is, of course, until one day the challenge overcomes you.
Open your heart to me.
Let us be off.
Ah, here we go again. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, this is just frustrating.
They will break against our resolve.
crossed the wrong mongrel.
Yet another obstacle.
I'll cut you wide open!
You won't survive me.
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Oh, finally. I think you got it.
Well, are you going to finish me off? It's not exactly unexpected.
What else are we supposed to do with you? You're not just a traitor, you're a monster. The young ones believed you, and you lured them to a demon and watched them eat human flesh.
I was trying to make them strong. What have you done for them? What were you doing while I was looking for ways to bring strength to our tribe? You're useless, Lan.
I led by example. I trained. I tried to become stronger so I could go to the surface and maybe do something worthwhile with my stupidly short life. And I will do it. I might be the one to bring our whole tribe to the surface. But you? Why would you want any power that turns you into a monster? These young guys and girls, they trusted you. And they were turned into mindless animals, ready to eat corpses at a demon's command.
I went through the same ritual as them, and I didn't become an animal. I conquered my anger. The anger that has been building and building in every one of us for decades. Unlike you, I have no intention of just lying down and politely accepting death. I will rise above all this, while you'll still be stuck with your pride, chewing on rats.
The bleeding deep wound on your chest is gone. Like it was never there in the first place. The skin is totally smooth and unmarked.
It's gone. It was just there, and now it's gone. It's gotta be some kind of demonic trickery. You need to have a cleric look at that.
If he had been marked by the Abyss, do you think some nobody priests will be able to help? No, the demons have branded this uplander. And judging by the smell of his blood pouring from his chest, the demons will be able to find him wherever he goes. And they'll find you too, Lan.
The huntress hermits herself an indolent, gloating smile. Her sharp fangs glint menacingly. So you've been served Sabamalak this whole time?
Better to serve a strong master than to eke out an existence in a dark hole with no hope. I am of the Neathers. Our lives are short, but we are hardier than humans. I realized a long time ago that I was capable of more than this life offered. And I follow whomever is the strongest.
I thought you were better than that. I thought you were proud of your heritage, but you're willing to crawl on your belly before anyone who's even a little bit stronger than you. You're not a mongrel. You're a cave slug. You have no understanding of the meaning of family or tribe.
Oh, so now you think you know everything about me. You're one of the best hunters in the tribe. It benefited me to ingratiate myself with you. So I acted in a way that pleased you.
Why didn't you try to stop us from going inside the maze? You knew we might uncover your secret.
Sabamalak is always in need of new servants. You'd make as good a servant as anyone else, and then... once you'd gone missing in the maze, not even the redoubtable Lan would have dared look for you.
But then why did you come with me to look for the sword?
So I could kill you quietly if you found it and stop you taking it to the village, you idiot. I would have told everyone that you got caught in a cave-in. But then the Uplanders showed up and I had to change my plans.
You said you went through the same ritual? Does that mean you ate human flesh too?
Yes. Hosilla found me in the caves. I was lost and hungry. And she offered me a choice. Die as a nobody, or live, and gain the power to change everything. Sabamalak tore off a piece of an Azimar priestess's thigh. A big, juicy piece. More meat than I'd ever received in the tribe. That was the first time I knew what it was like to be happy. To have a full belly. I swore to myself that it would always be that way. Then the madness and rage took over. I came very close to turning into an animal, no better than the weaklings you saw in the maze. But I am strong. I mastered myself. I brought myself under control. I fell so that I could rise again.
You should have chosen death. Dying's better than living like that.
You're saying I should have died that day, Lan. But then who would have listened to your feeble jokes? Who would have showed you the best caves for hunting? Who would have made you a man?
I would have been fine without all that. And without you. Your death will make the world a slightly better place, Wenduog.
What did your service to Hosilla entail?
It was simple. I lured those I deemed worthy into the maze. To the rest, I told stories of the horrors of the maze, making them stay away. It all hung in the balance when the cave walls shuttered, and many of the young ones decided that the time of their great exodus had come. I had no doubt that Hosilla would dispatch a dozen young Neathers easily. But what would become of the maze if all the tribes poured in? So when Lan ran off looking for the Angel's sword, I went after him. Not to help him, but to make sure that the sword never reached Neathholm. It's a pity that you got involved and stopped me from killing him. But then again, the evening gong has not yet been struck.
You sicken me.
Leave. I never want to see your face again, Windowag.
Do you think I like looking at you, Uplander? I'll just wait till you're asleep, and then I'll slit your throat. No matter where you are.
Oh, bring it on. Bring it on.
She's gone. But next time, she won't get away. Damn it, Wendu. Why'd you have to go and... Anyway, there's no point crying over spilt milk. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll bring the chief and the rest. I need to clear my head.
Chief souls of Mongols. During 6 months, breath is labored and the sweat is dripping from his woolly face. What-ish? Well, I'll be damned. Turns out old Hulru isn't as crazy as we all thought. There really were demons down here. I should have listened and sent a patrol down here. Damn it. Horgus' lips curl in distaste as he tries to keep his distance from the unconscious mongrels. You said you were in charge of reconnaissance of the Eagle Watch, and how did you miss a nest of demons beneath Kenabras? Yeah, right, like it wasn't enough that I sniffed out every damn shadow in the city. Everyone knows the stories about the demons living beneath the streets of Kenabras. Those tales are as old as the Crusades himself. I messed up, but you fixed my mistakes, so thanks. Andrea has the leg. She winces slightly before she smiles. Better than yesterday. Worse than the day before. I'm not gonna die, don't worry. This place must be burned with holy flames. You need to look after the young mongrels. I don't know what they'll be like when they come to, but look after them, Chief. They went through something horrific today. Not everybody is capable of enduring something like that. It will change them forever. As long as they can hunt, the rest can wait. Uplander, you, Lon, you saved them. Only the Gosh can salvage their soul. But we are a tribe. We will think of something, and when they're stronger, they can go up to the surface. The time has come. This place must be burned with holy flame. The place is overrun with demons, but that's not the worst part. Wenduag, she has been working for the demons all this time, luring the young, strong mongrel into the maze. We might be able to save these ones. They can't get any stupider, that's for sure, but they might be meaner than they were before. But I suppose all teenagers are monsters in their own way. So laughs, but it comes out as a rasp. Ah, Lon. We don't waste words on people who don't listen to the tribe. You act the fool, you suffer the consequences. Soul gives a ragged sigh. Wenduag, how could she? She's deceived them and then left. What's become of us? Chin up, Chief. The kids you rescued are safe now. The demons are gone and the traitor's been dealt with. All's well that ends well, I say. It's time to get out of here. Chief, I think I'm going to lead our visitors to the surface, and I'm going to keep going. Something interesting is happening out there in the world. Maybe it's my chance to do something more useful than skinning cave rats. Says heavy. You were never one of us. You always looked up. You think I didn't see these things? Our life is not for you. You must go. But where is the way out? Beats me, but these beasts gone down here somehow. Lan searches into the body and shows you some papers and a key. I don't know what these documents are, but I'm sure this key will come in handy. And Vina eyes quickly skim over the letter and she passes it to you. These cheeky sons of... This is all the information on the cultists in the city. Their meeting places, passwords, their secret hideouts. I think we should show this to whoever's in charge in Kenabres right now. As soon as we get back to the surface, we'll find out what's what.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
A bright future awaits us.
Ugh. That literally
no reason
stinks.
to pause.
I'll watch your back.
Yeah, she died of dex damage.
Let's move!
That thing is so gnarly. But I don't have anyone to use it.
Follow me.
Wasn't pretty, but I beat it.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabris are trying to defend the Wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
You can trust me.
I'll make my own legend. March on.
I will help where I can.
The half-orc before you, wearing armor adorned with Emodie's golden swords, is clearly exhausted. She obviously hasn't gotten much sleep over the last few days. The soot on her face is fresh blood in her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised, judging whether you're a friend or foe, and opens her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots Anvia.
By the goddess, Nebi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here's a new friend. He rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without him, we'd never have made it out. Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade, head of the Eagle Watch.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canabris. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anevia out of there. The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists. When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canabris will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world. I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle.
I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
I have important information about the location of cultist then.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
Met some mongrels when you live beneath Canabras. This is not...
Most people in Canabras think that the children of the first Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
Come on, living legend? A walking folktale, maybe? I just need to make sure I don't turn into a running joke.
What's the situation in the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Canabras.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so
The
important?
Wardstones are a gift of Iomedae. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the Celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
How did the Wardstone end up in the Great
The
Garrison?
demons have long laid siege to Canabras, but this time, their lord Discari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the Wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost, yet. Discari has gone, but the Wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
But how did he do that? He's a demon! The Wardstone should have burned his filthy hide!
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Let's not waste time. To
That's
battle.
the spirit. You, take a Navia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
You hear labored breathing interspersed with disgruntled murmuring. Horgus is holding his rapier hilt with a white knuckle grip. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Canabras can be said to be safe right now.
That's right. Fighting spirit is the one thing that we've got plenty of. Actual fighting power, that's not so great. Fighting know-how, even worse. But fighting spirit, at least we're rich in that.
For Iomedae! For the Queen! Kill the beast!
Let us be off.
Save the last one for me.
done. I tire of waiting. Follow me.
I don't know what's going on. Looks like they're supposed to be talking, but I'm not getting text bubbles. Oh, so they convinced her to betray.
Do not fear! Do not waver! Just sit here. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Just sit here.
This is how it feels.
Don't worry about me.
This is how it feels. This is how it feels.
Those clerics and
It is done.
Well,
Aparane sente.
Stand ready.
Wash on. We are the light. They are the darkness.
so this is how it feels.
This must be a bruise. Just sit here. Don't worry about me. Just sit here. Don't worry about me. Just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Your performance is lacking. You are lacking.
We will be victorious.
You won't survive me. Did you see that?
Let us be off.
To the third floor. Well, there goes our escape path.
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh! What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it. You missed me terribly.
Minago. You again, you wench!
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabras. She must be back to finish what she started.
Oh, how rude! You're one to talk, mortal, with a face that even a mother would loathe. Staunton, sweetie. You're not going to let your friends speak to me like that, are you?
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Dresden fell.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, no, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
I'll kill you!
Save the last one for me.
can't cast it like that.
Your performance is lacking.
This painting. So this is how it feels?
It's just not my lucky day. Call me again if you need to.
I am finished.
As soon as you step in the chamber, your vision seems to darken, your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance, and the air is laden with power coming from the stone. Suddenly, your head is filled with voices, screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening voices, pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink, and the illusion passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious Wardstone. Well, what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, but wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
Sounds terrifying. Except that's how we've been living for generations.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious Wardstone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more, and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabras to Nemrosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves. So you have a choice. Especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof. Pledge your loyalty to Baphomet. And when the world falls, its ruin shall be yours. You've already forgotten me. You mortals have awfully short memories. Even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums. Don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lily II and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in, get things just how I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades. All the people they've killed.
Yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
Well, quite what am I doing to it? Probably the same thing I did to many of your comrades. Sweetly and tenderly persuading it to abandon the mortals and join our side?
Prepare to fight to the...
Echoing the holy flame erupting from your hand, the light also gets brighter and brighter until it floods the chamber. You hear the voice again, stronger now. They repeat your words like a choir of angels.
Hey, no eyes! Didn't you tell us that heaven had turned its back on us and no one would come to our aid?
Don't listen to her. The fiend wants us all to lose hope. She won't succeed.
I'm done with this shit! I only followed this hoofed menace because I thought the Crusaders had it, and there was no other way to protect my family. But now I see that there is hope. I won't bow before these heinous idols ever again. If they kill me, at least I'll die a decent death.
Yes! Return to our side, friends! Have courage! We will welcome you back. And heaven never abandoned you, no matter what this deceiver told you.
Turncoat, I'll cut out your heart.
We'll see how tough you really are. We let you frighten us once, but it won't happen again.
We will be victorious!
I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the Wardstone? Here's a little demonstration.
Thousands of voices meet in rescue to mind, drowning. And the road screams its out, pain rocks through your skull.
Iomade is with us!
Yes, yes. Keep telling yourself that.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long, I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
What happened?
We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
I found a cultist dispatch in the dungeon. It seems they're holed up in the Tower of Estra.
Demons have been filling Canabras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now. At least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
What's the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomade's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so
The
important?
Wardstones are a gift of Iomade. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
Can I help you in any way?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the Wardstone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone. Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the Storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the Storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the Storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened. There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use. And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabras, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
Everything is clear.
May the goddess help you. We're still fighting, which means that Canabras still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault. Yes, one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Anevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find.
Well, thank you.
You have...
My horse. Horse is just like, I'm chilling.
Let us be off.
Anivia! Hey, wait, mind if I bend your ear about something? So here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission, I get that, and I know you'll get the job done. I saw you in action, but here's the rub. By sending out an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know we'll be able to fight them off. Everything seems clear so far. What else? What do you want to discuss? So the rift... That damn beetle left it with its scythe. Yeah, we'll cut the city in two, and it's kind of difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that anyone tried to make sure, but if you've got the money to across, I think you're going to have to eventually. You might want to give a square once over. You want me to stay here and guard the tavern? You? What? No, your task is far too important. You can't just hole up here all cozy like waiting for demons to knock on the door. We need you to fight them. But if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, right? Because if you don't, you'll be coming to a pile of ash. Got it? When do you think the demons will attack next? Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand and we're going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know after they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. So if you got any business that you take care of, you better do it soon. Thanks for the warning. See you later. Alright, Staunton! The dwarf dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high, crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty, lightless windows make it clear it's all on dead side. Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the great garrison. Named Staunton Vane. If you heard the rumors about me, his face was like he's never known anything as carefree as a smile grimaces. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. I need to talk about an elf who calls himself the storyteller. Do you know where I can find him? The storyteller. A strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort, he just listened. At first I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible, but later I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he's alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too, so if he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Blackwing. It's a library. Here. I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what a library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there all day and night. What do people say about you? They say I'm a traitor, as bad as Aureliu Vorleash. That I'm a disgrace even among the ranks of the condemned. That Queen Growlface should never have spared me, that I belong in the gallows. Why do they hate you so much? You really don't know. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are holed up in the fortress on the edge of the world wound instead of bringing the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the wound, the mighty unassailable city of Drenzen. We used to have it until it fell, and all because of my stupidity. I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried. They wanted to execute me, rightly so, but the queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I had done. So that's how I lived, decade after decade, fighting in the condemned. The dwarf shrugs. As you can see, I fixed nothing, and I've earned no one's forgiveness. Are you going to spit my face too? I wouldn't forgive it. You were given a chance to live, so live. Stop blaming others for what you've made of your life. You think you're the first to come up to me with sermons? The dwarf shrugs indifferently. The whole city fell because of you. How is that possible? What do you mean, how? Like glares you from beneath a furrowed brow. If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask somebody else. Like my little brother Joran. And if you still don't believe me, what's it to me? But if you're about to ask me to recount the story of disgrace 1,000 times, don't. So many years in the condemned. Surely paid your penance by now. That's not to me for decide. My life is in the queen's hands. He falls silent for a moment, and then trembling is adds, the condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I've prayed to Torg for forgiveness countless times. I've gone to his priest countless times. I kneeled before his altar. If only the Father of Dwarvenkind would answer my prayers just once. Not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me that I am still one of his children. But it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. Not what can I expect from mere mortals when my God doesn't even think I deserve redemption. You don't really have any friends? I couldn't have survived this long if I was completely ruined. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Even fighters in the condemned console themselves by thinking, I got stripped of my rank, but at least I'm not Staunton. I have to go. Good. Maybe we'll see each other again. Or go on. Camellia. Pensively toying with a snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her neck. Noticing you glance, she flashes you a cold bear with his smile. Greetings. It seems to her moment that the girl wants to say something else, but the pause grows too long and she slips back into cautious silence. The amulet's quite unusual. Where'd you get it? Ah, my little trinket. It's so nice of you to notice things, but I assure you this amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? Tell me about yourself. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? Camilla arches a dainty brow. I talk to the spirits of this tormented land, and they guide me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons, and I swear you can rely on me in this matter. Is that sufficient? Where'd you learn to rape yourself? I had good teachers, although I don't get all the credit. I'm the most diligent student. Anyway, as much as I enjoy the conversation, the spirits are calling me, and I must respond. Please excuse me. The arcane riders. Riders on the storm. I get a feat. Once you're on your mount in combat, you attempt a mobility check to negate it. The hit is negated if your mobility check... Oh, yes, please. Get some of that mounted combat. Arcane accuracy. Enfeeblement. A snowball. Horse. That already.
This is my path.
Horgus, where's my money? Here, take this. Yes, it's 2,000 coins. Take your payment. Remember that Horgus Gurm always keeps his word. Let me get back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. Now, speaking of your future cooperation, Horgus looks at you with unvarnished disapproval, his arms folded across his chest, his foot impatient. I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your service. What do you mean a job for someone like me? For an adventure ready to sell themselves for booze and then lie down drunk in the gutter, or do you think you're somehow different? A traveling knight, perhaps noble of heart, but without coin in your name? He sizes you up critically in the chest. You seem reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those mongrel caves, so why should I care what you do with my money once you've got it? Succeeded perception. Horgus seems like one of those people who thinks the entire world owes him something. However, you hear most of hysteria beneath his smug arrogance. It's as though he's really quite nervous, but taking great pains to conceal it. So what does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Knobris. I still have, well, doesn't really matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden, a wealthy part of the city. Even before the demons attacked, every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it's in now. I have little hopes that my guards are able to hold the mansion during the attack, and I expect the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abdar knows what's happened in there since. Therefore, I ask you to meet me at my mansion and guard me until I complete my business. I already asked the local paladins for help. They have no desire to set outside this tavern. Damn cowards and traitors, that's what they are. Then please do take Camilla with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of notable birth, after all. Notable birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask you to refrain from such statements in the future. Oh, really? How impudent. No one dares tell Horgus Grim how to address rabble. What kind of reward are we talking? 2,000 gold coins. Whew. Alright. Marvelous, most excellent. I'll proceed to my mansion at once and meet you there. Meanwhile, you need word. I know the city like the back of my hand. But too here unless you want me to lower your reward. Strange figure towers over the bar, a huge ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal part lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands looks dangerously delicate. If one twitch of those callous fingers would be enough to crush it, a gold medallion engraved with a tanker gleams on his neck. The medallion you're wearing, is this a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Caden Kylan? I'm a tavern keeper, best in the city, best there's ever, and I pray to the best god there is. Show me what you have. Bulk sell. Alright, so take this. All of it. Take this. Take all those. Take this. Take all 17 of those. Take this. Take all these crossbows. All this. All of these. This. Crossbows, take this, this, and this, this, and this. And keep you for now. Get rid of that. And I'll keep that for now. This. Okay. So what do you potions. I need your potions. All of them. So let's take some of these. Who are you? So it's General Hawk's a vampire. You're really a vampire? No. How did you think Crusaders? How did anyone else? How did you or them? The world is big, but still there isn't a place for everyone. People who no longer have life anywhere else, they end up here. And you knew in the city? Same as everywhere, and you showed up. Any place worth visiting? Friendly places, normal people usually stay away from here, and there are plenty, like the Pataxan wine cellar. It once belonged to a Pataxan trading house, then King already came to power Patax and properly started changing hands. Soon after they shut the shop, the system was found and ditched, not all of them, mine, just as said. The Marian gangsters had taken possession of the place. They wanted to sell something stronger than wine on the streets, and they ended up on the gallows. Then King everybody number was up, so now the ghoul stands empty and unclaimed. People say the headless ghost wanders the place at night, moaning ghoulishly. I see you're not what we're talking about. You have to go. young man in well-known traveling clothes and a woman so a rascal on his chest. Is it efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips as used as bandages. By his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and rape sheaves. And under his breath, there is a warm chestnut-colored eyes. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those with those talent who lie off the battlefield. I am General Observant at Rascal. Please meet. Read him. I only took my holy orders recently, so my God has only bestowed me a little of his power upon me, and yet I'm sorry to say the number of wounded fighters is far beyond my power to heal, but there's a reason people say have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabras. I was sailing down that old man of ours, the great Selin River, to the village named Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself, but I ended up staying in the city longer than I bargained for. Chili Creek? Where is it? It's a small fishing village. It's not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest, and they have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give the dead a dignified burial. And the wound world is a stone's throw away, so I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my God and my people. Once we've held Canabras, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come visit me sometime. You'll find the village here on the bank of the river. Aren't you alone and inexperienced, afraid to go to the border of a world wound? I won't lie, I'm afraid, but what can I do? These villagers are simple people. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. You should understand that half-orcs are just like humans. You don't live long either. Less than a century, that's allotted to your kid in mind. If I had centuries ahead of me like elves do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel the world. Or maybe even 100, why not? But I don't have any time to spare, so I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous, especially if it's dangerous. I could use the help of a cleric. He makes a helpless gesture. Raster knows I'm glad to help you, but it's no use. My spells are depleted, I only have training. I've been training potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. I have to go. Hey, Raster, watch over you. Kaido. Facility agreements. To snap me off the fuzzy beard who's looks tired. Well, it's in the tavern, but determination is stamped on his haggard face. What can I do for you? Show me the scrolls you're selling. Okay, so we got some scrolls. Alright. That's really nice. Like everything. Who are you? Vasali Rathamus, Director of the local temples of Abdar. This temple is gone though, and if we snooze here much longer, the city will be lost as well. Who's that boy with you? That one? Kaido the Shepherd, my apprentice. He's a smart boy, and his faith is strong. He serves Erastil though, but there's still something he can learn from an old servant of Abdar. He'll be a great cleric when he gets a little older. What kind of help can I expect you? First, I sell scrolls. I have a lot of them, something for every emergency. Second, when you're here in the tavern, I can read one for you. Guaranteed no surprises. But you better not go into the city without a cleric. I won't be going there myself, and far too old. My powers are needed here. To go. Okay. You got it. Open it up. Indar is including a young oracle. A young Orid is surrounded by different Crusaders who are hanging on her every word. I hope this is a clear example of the difference between Jiscus legendaries from the last war and the Crusaders. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during the creation turned them into parts of well-balanced war machine, not a ragtag much of an individual, but united whole. Now tell me again why I'm supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults where everyone is fighting for their ego and the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it's clear that they were captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggy, disheveled halfling monk whose puffy black eyes give way to a brawler's jab and a troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his sons swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. Looks like we got ourselves a student of warfare. The woman gives you a suspicious look and raises my eyebrow. Were your words meant to recognize my achievements or to start a fight the way Medivian Crusaders usually do? If these gists of yours or whatever had come for us, you'd have your guts for garters. You think we'd never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The Crusaders around him pique upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckles before cutting off her interlocutor. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot-tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortifications on its back, and I'll have you know these fortifications were defended by Jiskin priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. They use the enemies you cannot defeat as mindless weapons. The woman gives a lecture around her, triumphantly looks around, just her hair on pointless nonchalance. You should not argue with someone that happened with an authoritative researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the invasion of Absalom. The woman looks at you and flashes a smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listener have any questions? Who are you? I am Indara, a warrior, magus, and scholar of classical warfare. From Garund, who appears apprehensively in size. I admit I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you. Not just that this due to Avassin's isolation from the sophisticated cultures of the world at large. You've come a long way to be here. I like to think of myself as an inhabitant of Galaran and nearly identify with any country in particular. Why did you come here? To witness a legendary war, the confrontation between denizens of a plain famous for its love of violence and the Crusaders from every continent united by one epic goal of defending their home, an epic struggle of colossal proportions that hasn't particularly epic so far, truth be told. The monk with the black eye grins and says, maybe she just can't see it from here. The view will be where she stops hiding among us and will make a walk outside. The woman smirks contemplatively. She doesn't seem the monk's word. Very good comment. It looks like you know more about warfare than any of us. Oh, am I hearing things, or did someone finally achieve my competence in the art of warfare? Perhaps I sufficiently opened my purse among the Crusaders after all. I find myself pleasantly surprised. Why don't you join the Crusaders and show them how the fighting should be done? I am a historian and analyst and theorist. Do you know that these words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who is not participate in conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will help you describe this method than a feeble likeness of the last word of Jinsk. A monk with a damaged eye grins slightly, comments. The more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. What is this last war that you mentioned? The last war of Jinsk, of course. A large-scale conflict took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. It was a war against the Osiran Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues, the war that ended the legendary Jiskin Imperium, an epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all the conflicts that followed were just a pale shadow, including the one I'm witnessing here. Why do you find the last war of Jinx so inspiring? Imagine legions of golem with extraplanar spirits marching into battle. Imagine flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey and drop forces on top of enemy castles. Picture a gigantic mechanism powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels or have to cover your ears to block the sounds of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals. Finally, imagine the ultimate weapon at the feet of the Jinns, the deadly night plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its masters wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrorists understand that there is no flight of fancy that even come close to the horrors and nightmares that they made real. How do you know so much about the Jinns' last war? I can say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative researcher on Galaran when it comes to history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. I dedicated my whole life to this subject. I've personally visited old battlefields and studied the most mysterious and forbidden archives containing chronicles of ancient wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen sky city of the Shori Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal from an exterminator-class combat golem that guarded a Jinskin laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held the glass flask that the servants of the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that devastated the Jinskin Empire. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I'm telling you about. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders. I don't have time for idle chit-chat. Not like I'm being in a dirty cavern. Alright, boop. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders as just disdain. Allow me to explain. Oh, a debate. I'll happily prove that your current philosophy can't hold a candle to the last war of Jinskin. Very well. The last war offensive was waged using a significant greater number of troops. Both sides actively arrived reinforcements from allied planes, and their strategic planning was perfected through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design, none of which applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Jiskin, we are but a stone-wielding kobold. I would conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, my advisor, the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plains. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nonetheless. A gadfly sees the ox pays no heed to the gadfly, but crimson fever takes them both. The principles of war are always the same. Weapons, causes, and resources may change, but the foundation remains immutable. As the past are shrouded in legend, but the fate of the world. Of course, I'm not trying to diminish the importance of current events. What I'm trying to say is that from a standpoint of history, and particularly in the history of warfare, she false aspects staring at the unfriendly eye of her audience. The true importance of these developments won't become obvious until later. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there are certain truth beneath their skeptical statements. History is a complex, decidedly rooted in fact, and the evidentiary base that grows ever more meager the farther the described period is from the present moment. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith, the way Crusaders embellished their tales of slaying a single Brimarack by adding dozens of Balors, for example, I could win this debate. But I am above such thing, and therefore I force them that their skepticism is not entirely without merit. I'm sure you would have been able to expend your argument in a longer discussion. I'm glad we both understand this limitation. It is always a pleasure to face a worthy opponent, even if the debate takes place in a grimy tavern, perhaps especially because of that. This is a worthy blade. It will be of use not only the strong, but also for the wise. And this is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey like herds of livestock. By the time I got back to my research. Stay safe. Oh, finesse. Oh, let's see this damage. 1d. Oh, spicy. Ooh, look at that. Nice. I guess I can't touch it. Sila! Hey there, during that march to the dungeon, we never got the chance to exchange a proper greeting. It's high time I shake your hand. Erebus told me your friend Janna Eldori is missing. You know where she should look for? Erebus was worried about her fighters. I understand that. I wanted to look for Janna myself, so I didn't distract you, but since you're in this too, I could use some help. Jan and I met in commerce a few days ago, and we just hit it off. We went drinking together, we went to that unforgettable celebration together too, but we got separated in the crowd, so we should start looking from the main square. That's where I last saw her. Jane is a good fighter, even if she's green. She couldn't have become an Eldori otherwise. I hope that means she's all right. I'd like to know more about you. Of course, ask me anything, I'll answer honestly. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? I'm a little bit from Geb, a little bit from Katapesh, but most importantly from the Knights of Imode. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to the ranks more than I belong to any other place. You've come to Mendev by a long road, haven't you? A very long one. Celia looks at you cheerfully. A traveler is expected to have amusing stories. Unfortunately, I only have 3 tales of any interest, and I'll start by saving them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it's time to start bragging. And that won't do, especially since I'll win the night with my cautionary tale of a battle with a chupacabra. You can't tempt me with a story about fighting chupacabras and then not following through. What are chupacabras, by the way? Incredibly repulsive magical beasts, fast and dangerous. They can... Well, it looks like someone's fooled me into starting a tale. I guess I'll have to tell the whole story. Picture a small town in Kadira, and down in the dungeon there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them. The rope's been brought, but sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly a paladin of Imode appears in the doorway and offers a murderer a deal. If they go with her to fight some monsters, they live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So here we are traveling through the desert, me and my friend, a priestess of Sarenrae, along with the little rat folk fellow who'd asked for our help, and the 2 cutthroats. We get to the rat folk field and saw their bodies lying around, all drained. We figured we'd have to fight vampires. That's how this little rat folk described the monsters who attacked their village. That's why we went in all brazen-like. The sun was high and the vampires couldn't attack us till dusk. But we never got a chance to look around. Black shadows, quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, but chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second one ran for his life. That left me, the rat folk, and Kira. That's the name of the priestess. We all steeled ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought it had come to an end, the chupacabras surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, and our rat folk friend wounded and down, the teeth of the quickest one of those blasted monsters was clenching on Kira's shoulder. Right then, when all hope was off, the other lad from the gallows suddenly comes running back. He kills the beast attacking Kira. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. Well, this was that. A moment before we were lost, and moments later we were back under control. The chupacabras dropped dead one by one. Little Ratfolk is reunited with his family, who are hiding in the basement. A priestess and I closed the eyes of the boy from the gallows who saved us. It's a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. That's a good story. He could have died in disgrace in the gallows, but instead he died a hero. And I'd fancy that stunned our innocent points in his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey doesn't end in death. Had it not been for that mercy, Milos, that was his name, would be hanging from a noose, and me, Kira, and the Ratfolk would all be dead in that village. Someone told me that the kind deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I really wanted to say. The chupacabras were just a really good starting point. What made you become a paladin of Imade? Sheila's gaze sharpens momentarily, then she sighs. That's a serious question and a good one. You should ask it of your companions, but it's a long story to start with. 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Sokol with other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought, I was hired sword for a bit, not the proper origin for a paladin, is it? Back then, Sokol was a city of orphans, widows, and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among their victims. People there heard about new death before they finished mourning their previous ones. One day, a group of knights from Imade brought a glimmer of hope to the city. But while others saw them as saviors and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses and their gleaming mithril armor, wondering how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. A thief lives one day at a time, that's what I can say. I was the type who never thought about past the next job anyhow. I was able to sneak into the knight's camp and steal one of their mithril helms. And I was right there when a gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Asemi was her name, and dealt a death blow onto her unprotected head. A gnoll like all the others, she'd fearlessly driven back from the gates of Sokol. That one blow was fatal, but who was really to blame for death, the gnoll attacker or the young thief named Sela? Life is cruel and full of chaos. Sometimes survival just comes down to luck. So that's how you see it. Sela looks at you with curiosity but no hostility. I can't accept that point of view. If the story of youth taught me anything, it's that we're all accountable for our actions. It's too easy to evade responsibility if you use the cruelty of life as an excuse. You guys go pop into the ranks of Imade's warriors. We chose the paladin's path for our own reason. Some are guided by nobility of spirit, some by desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and debt unpaid. The day a enemy died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself for the terrible guilt I felt, but then I realized I wouldn't make the world any better. I decided that instead I tried to take her place to become who she had been and protect the innocence that she could no longer be able to protect. What are the principles of the paladins of Imade follow? I tell you, I like to recite our code, and it feels like I've said it 1,000 times, but it never gets old. There's strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I am the first into battle and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoner by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I owe honor sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honor of my fellows, both thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honor to worthy enemies and contempt to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonor. I will temper it in my actions and moderate in my behavior. I will strive to emulate Imade's perfection. What do you think of what's going on in Canabris? It's complete chaos. It's lucky we're here to handle it, right? Sela smiles brightly, then she gives you a worried look. Does the way I talk bother you? I know I can seem blasé. Many good people and our protector Treadmilly died here in Canabris. A paladin of Imade is supposed to be properly respectful and solemn. But I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon they'll use against you. It can undermine a warrior's spirit. It's better to hold off grief until we've driven the last demon from the cultist city. It's nice when you and your commander think alike. Is fighting demons all you want, or looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads, or at least a dozen, if they're lively ones? His eyes shine cheerfully. Anyway, to be more serious, the area around the world is the best place for a paladin who wishes to defend the weak and serve good. Being part of the Crusaders is reward enough, but there's something that worries me. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing my brother in arms, but the Eagle Watch and the other orders are small, or focused on just one aim, the war against the Whirlwind, but that's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller thing, ordinary misfortunes, you know. I always liked being the wandering knight because any moment I could get up and go help a poor ratfolk whose family had been kidnapped, or an old woman whose favorite dog had gone missing. So there's my answer. I don't have some big important goal, but I'll be happy to help those who need it, a little bit here and there. Thank you for speaking with me. Until next time. Erebeth. A success out of the city. What's our main objective? Oh, you heard what the demons said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be even worse disaster than before the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canaris, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that. These Wardstones, what are they? They're our greatest treasure, and the shield used by Imide herself, placed in yada yada yada. We already know this. Where are you from? I was born in Canabras and grew on a farm just outside of it. But my way back home was a long and winding road. It took me years of traveling through foreign lands, but I came back to where I've always belonged. How'd you want to become Paladin? I don't like to remember it, believe it or not. The story of how I became Paladin is also the story of how I failed to become a knight. My parents were Crusaders, made their souls stand together in Imide's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue their legacy. My father was an orc. We were pressed to find a calmer, wiser, and more pious servant of the gods than he, but still, all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. When I grew older, it was time for me to serve. I decided anywhere but Canabras. That was where my father had served loyally, and his only reward had been injustice. Besides the witch hunters, led by the honorable Prelude Helrune, stalked the city with a heavy hand. Who knows what they might have done to a strange girl with green skin. Instead, I went to... You can laugh if you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose the last wall of all places. You can't imagine how well I was in a country that's been battling the orcs of Belzen since its foundation. There were many like me, but we were all treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than leper scabs. Even my brothers in faith kept their distance. I took my vows, and the goddess granted me the powers of a paladin. But even then, not a single order would accept me into their ranks. I spent another 6 months knocking on doors, but I realized the simple truth. I serve Imide, not these people. I don't have to prostrate myself before them, so I left as a paladin, but not a knight. How'd you come a Alright, I can always talk later. What's this? Loot. Book. Hillor. Venture capital of the Pathfinder Society. Besides, there's no Pathfinders here. Actually, I'm only stuck here with an old feud with a demon worship known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I had to work alone without the support of society, but I made a lot of acquaintances along the way. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares. Alright. Just gonna leave this up and I'm just gonna read silently because it's getting a little warm. I want to just finish this whole section before I call it a night. The labyrinth might have gotten a foothold at the hospital. Twisting the minds of victims. Let's see what outside looks like.
This is my path. Let us be off. Let's move. Follow me. I'll make my own legend.
save and let's see what this looks like. Oh, let's level. Let's level up. Let's see what's going on here.
I tire of waiting.
Together we stand.
You can trust me.
Are we in trouble yet?
I heed the voice of the spirits.
It is done. Forward!
Save the last one for me.
They will break against our resolve.
Magnesium Turinos.
Can it be the end?
This was unexpected. This was unexpected.
Can it be the end?
Magnesium Turinos.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
I'll cut you wide open.
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
So this is how it...
It is done.
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
Hi, Kiki.
Let us be off.
Yet another obstacle.
got your back.
Magnetium Turinos.
Let's move! Follow me.
We'll make this quick. She won't feel a thing.
I don't know. Can we really do this?
Listen, we don't have a choice. There are demons everywhere. What else would you have us do?
The group of knights surround a young elven girl. She's dressed in rags that barely cover her hideous scars on her body. This beggar girl's on her knees, watching placidly as the people argue heapedly around her, as if she doesn't sense the looming threat at all. Black crow flies in agitated circles above her head.
In Iomede's name, we're sorry, girl, but it is our duty. We have to do this, not for our own sake, but for the sake of everyone who can still be saved from the demons. If we don't win this battle, you won't have long to live anyway.
They're insane! We've got to do something!
I understand. You're scared. You feel powerless. You think this will help. You don't have to justify yourselves to me. Just do what you've decided to do.
We... Our weapons barely scratch the demons' hides. We're sacrificing this girl to Iomade so we can consecrate our weapons with her innocent blood and...
It's extreme, but we have no other choice. We have to defend this city somehow, or else we'll all perish, including her.
How do you know what the goddess...
I am Iomede's paladin. If I lie, may the goddess strike me down. What you intend to do is a repugnant crime, and heinous blasphemy.
Exactly. What were you thinking? The goddess would never allow this.
Whose idea was this anyway? I think it was yours.
My idea? I was against the whole thing right from the start. Who said we needed to make a sacrifice? Wasn't it you? You can't blame anyone else for that.
Please don't fight! All of you are good people, defenders of the city. You just made a mistake. Please don't hurt them.
The little girl is defending the people who wanted to slaughter her a minute ago. She's either a saint or she's insane. Maybe the two together.
Thank you.
They're gone, and they all lived. I was sure that someone would die today. So many people have died here already. But we are still alive for some reason. Strange, isn't it? But you shouldn't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a silly girl, really. Call me Ember. I live here, on the streets, for many years now. But there's nothing to say about me. No, don't be silly. I'm very ordinary. Well, I know different types of tricks, but Soot taught me those. Now Soot here, she truly is unusual. She's clever and she can talk, but only to me. She teaches me magic tricks and lots of other stuff. I don't know what I'd do without her.
I must have misheard. This girl? Join our party? What could we possibly want with this dirty little beggar?
Sure, let's go. You're a good person. I like you.
Yes.
Is she a bard? A witch. Yes, Kiki.
trust me.
March on. Adventures await.
I'm done with you.
I know, it's too much time to feed you.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Kashan is sovereign.
A bright future awaits us.
Onwards. Let us be off.
Should have saved. How far back am I?
No reason to pause.
We'll make this.
Listen.
There. I understand.
It's extreme, but we have no other.
How do you?
Exactly. Maya.
Please.
The little girl is.
There, but you shouldn't call me Ember. Now, Soot here. I'm a. Sure.
Squeaky stops.
We'll make things right.
Yes.
Save the last one for me.
Oh no.
I found something. What's that there?
Can it be the end?
Ouch! Continue fighting.
This will
Everyone.
The end.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Goddamn rats.
I am finished. It is done. We should move.
I did it! It happens sometimes.
Let us be off.
Can it be the end?
how it feels.
I tire of waiting. Adventures await. Let's move.
They will break against our resolve.
The world in crimson. Is that a trap? It might be a trap.
I stand ready. We will be victorious.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
I'll make my own legend. March on!
The heartbeat quickens.
I'm done with you! We are the light. They are the darkness.
I'm wounded! Can it be the end? Can it be the end? This is my path.
I will help where I can.
This war must end.
Meditate on your mistakes.
What's on your
Make you
mind?
feel better.
I wonder.
I tire of waiting.
This was simple enough.
Adventures await.
hurt my friends. Do this.
This one was beyond me. I am helpful, am I not?
Let us be off.
The Inheritor, guide my blade! I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me. Yes. I'm done with you.
Continue fighting, everyone. Trust in yourself.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Yes.
Yes?
Open your heart to me.
Rely on me. Together, we stand.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
This is my path. Adventures await.
This one was beyond me. Ah, not this time.
Forget it.
I am helpful, am I not?
Let us be
Now
off.
what is that? I hope you appreciate this.
We will be victorious. Adventures await.
This is not my time yet.
I'm all ears.
This war must end. We'll make things right.
Go.
Soot is restless. I wonder why.
Go.
This is my path. I'm wounded. I won't give up. Let us be off. Let's move.
Follow me. Forwards!
Do not fear! Do not waver!
It should work. Is it flawed?
Just sit here.
Pain is excruciating. So this is how it feels.
March on. We will be victorious. Can it be?
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
So this is how it feels. Continue fighting, everyone.
This is not my time yet.
Get my butt kicked.
I heed the voice of the spirits. We'll make things right. What's on your mind? I wonder. I'll cut you wide open!
A bright future awaits us.
Let us be off.
You're a good person. I like you.
Go.
We will win this war.
Let us be off.
No reason. Do not fear. Do not. The light take you. This will leave a bruise. I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Did you see that?
Let's move. Follow me.
Alright, we're gonna head back to Defender's Heart. Oh, I hope it's someone friendly, because I don't have much help.
I'll make my own legend.
Okay, it's a person.
March on.
Wearing a robe? Check. Baphomet symbol around the neck? Check. Crazy eyes? Check. Note to self. Bring a mirror next time to be able to adjust the optimal level of eye craziness. Everything is ready for the experiment. An audience. Problematic, but not critical. You there, boy. Stay out of this. It is counterproductive to stand in the way of scientific progress.
Who's that? I don't know her.
Greetings, boys and girls. I am your sister in sin, a devotee of Lord Baphomet's dark will, and so on and so forth.
She looks like one of us, but she talks kinda weird. Who's there with you?
Who? Oh, them! Just an audience, they don't matter. Consider them a supplementary component of the coming experiment. In the name of our Lord Baphomet, please be so kind as to undertake a little test of your competency in our wicked cause. Let's start with something simple. So here's my first question. What is Lord Baphomet's favorite weapon?
We will not answer to you.
Our lord can wield any kind of weapon. He is all-powerful.
Wrong. He wields no weapons at all. He doesn't need any. He just gores his enemies with his horns.
These answers are wrong. The correct answer is Isergall, a glaive made of red adamantine. This experiment has taken quite a surprising turn. I would never have expected the followers of the great Baphomet to be baffled by such a simple question. Fine. Let's recalibrate the difficulty and proceed with the next question. Please name Lord Baphomet's sacred animal.
A bull! Of course, everybody knows that.
Yep, and a cow.
None of your answers were correct. The correct answer is an aurochs. It appears the experiment has yielded results which are as unexpected as they are incredible. Baphomet's cultists have not the slightest idea about who Baphomet really is, let alone any in-depth knowledge of his ideology or philosophy. I'm positive that this news will cause a sensation in widest scientific circles.
Damn it! She's right. I'm a shitty excuse for a cultist. And my mother used to tell me to become a plowman.
Hey, take it easy. We've only had 2 questions. You there, come on, ask another one. We'll get the next one.
Is there any sense in continuing? You cannot answer the simplest of questions. I am ashamed of all of you. As cult—
Please, ask again. I can answer. I'm sure I can.
How do you spell Baphomet's name?
B-A-F-A... Oh, screw it. To hell with Baphomet. I thought it was gonna be fun, but instead there are all these questions. I'm done here. I'm going back to my home village, back to my mother.
Hey, wait! You there! How dare you stir up discord in our ranks?
The experiment is complete. Unable to deal with the questions, the cultists decide to deal with the examiner instead. A typical reaction for a person who has never been burdened with any intelligence. Now you're gonna start hitting each other, aren't you? Please, proceed. I won't—
Yet another obstacle.
Continue fighting, everyone.
Can it be the end?
So this is how it feels.
No mercy for the wicked!
The result is statistically predict— What about you, boy? Are you ready to answer some questions for the good of science? Let's proceed with the experiment. My first question is simple. Which colors does the goddess Iomade prefer? This answer is correct. It is comforting to meet at least one educated person in the melting pot of ignorance that is Let's proceed. Did Aradin take part in any crusade before he died? answer is correct. Eridan's death dates to 4606, and that is precisely the year when the World Wound was opened. The First Crusade started back in 46. Your knowledge would make Mendev's Crusaders proud. My final question is, what is the title that Aurilu Vorlesh bears? Is she the architect of the World Wound, the Lord of the Labyrinth, or the Border Acquisitor of... That's correct! Most excellent! You successfully answered all of my questions. Splendid. Amazing. This is a breakthrough. I thank you for your cooperation. It seems to me that I owe you an explanation. My name is Nenio. I am an explorer, a pilgrim, a yet-to-be-recognized scientific luminary, future author of the great Encyclopedia Galarianica, and rector of all Absalom's universities at once. Future rector, I should say. It is so heartening to see you strive for knowledge. I have been conducting an experiment comparing the intellectual abilities of the average cultist with those of the average crusader. And I must admit that you passed the test with flying colors. This does offer a glimmer of hope for the future of Crusade. I have always claimed that despite the popular beliefs about the limited intellectual abilities of those in the army, at least some of them can be considered educated. It pleases me to see that I was correct. Yes. I apologize for an injury to your ego, but your name is irrelevant on the grand scale of the universe. Thus, it cannot possibly interest me. I will forget it as soon as I hear it. To avoid unnecessary confusion, I'd prefer to not know it at all. Do you wish to become my follower? To accompany me on my expeditions to the World Wound? To assist me in my experiments? To run errands for me? Perhaps even to write down my deepest thoughts for the benefit of future generations? Oh, how splendid! Truth be told, I have no money to pay you. But you will be aiding the progress of science, and that is its own reward. Huh? What? Oh, yes, the dangers and these battles. Of course, I will follow your orders. I place my life in your capable hands, so I can focus on the things that really matter. Excellent, you're hired. To think that I finally found someone to accompany me. 27 Crusaders before you said no. Not one of them saw the undeniable appeal of my offer. Your first assignment is to take me to a safe place. I have to admit that today's experiment has left me quite tired.
Onwards.
Yes, I do. I want to enter.
Let us be off.
Born in the south of Alarm. Lost my parents early. Lived a life of pleasure and often questioned the path I'd chosen. Proud of my sword. Resting my life for coin. So I decided to end up choosing the path and lay down my life for a good cause. I ended up in Mendev and became a squire for the Hound Hearts. Small magician. From until my husband and my recently night after one of the elders dies. Yeah, basically how that is. Travel on what hell yeah, I told you. What you got? Oh wait, that's yeah.
Let's move! Follow me.
Might have been because of the junk I sold him. So many archer types.
The burned girl's injuries can be healed, but the treatment will not be cheap. What? I mean...
I tire of waiting. I stand ready.
Are all cities on the sur-
I should think.
is where I'm gonna end it. I'm getting pretty tired as it is. So anyone that's here, I hope you have a good night and you've been enjoying this so far. I've been having a lot of fun. But have a good night.